Abundantly, siddhis are not coming. Shakti at the source of enlightenment. Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. So, who is the source of all these Shaktis? How do we manifest all these extraordinary Shaktis? And who initiates us to this? Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-present, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. And as the fundamental base of Vyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifested, he performs the Brahmacharya or 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, city, sovereign rulership, and nationhood, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of pollution, and Anugraha, liberating this for all living entities. And that very Paramashiva has come down in the form of the Supreme Consciousness of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasantana, his divine holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And as the 1008 living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva, the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization, which is the great cosmic bodiless. And the Supreme Consciousness of Hinduism has been freed as an avatar, has been freed to revive these sciences from a very young age by the Guru Shishya Parampara. So many of the enlightened beings like Mata Vipulanandpuri, Yogila Yoganandpuri, all these enlightened gurus have initiated Swamiji and have taught Swamiji how to train and revive these extraordinary sciences from a very young age, just so all of us can experience and enjoy this science. And let us now learn how we awaken these divine Shaktis. When every ultimate truth, jnana, is apt into our consciousness, it becomes a power and a possibility for every being. So it is through the power of Diksha which we manifest all the Shakti. Just Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy from the avatar, and it heals, awakens, radiates, and transforms our body. Diksha is when the avatar directly initiates you into these extraordinary Shaktis, and you immediately start manifesting the Shakti just through a word, look, or something from the avatar. And Swamiji is giving this initiation of manifesting these 463 flowers, this power of third eye, to so many millions of devotees and disciples all across the globe. And even you can get initiated into all these extraordinary Shaktis by the end of this book. So let us now see how this science is authenticated through 4 aspects of evidences or pramanas. The 4 evidences are Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Artha Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana, or the Pratyaksha. So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the scriptural reference from our Vedic text and next is the Apta Pramana, who have also tested and verified this science. The third is the Atma Pramana, where his divine holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this willingness avatar, shares his personal experience of Paramashivam and the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence of our faith. And we also have extraordinary Shakti. This extraordinary Shakti of Paramashivam is manifested by one. And today, along with that, we will be having Mahavirya be joining and demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you, and you will be witnessing upon reading the right. Sharing access. So let's now hear the power of Kapala Nanodyata Nalochana So next is the After Pramana, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna in the power of the right. So Bhagavan Krishna says, Natumam Shakyate Tattum Anenaiva Tatsuja Nityam Dadamite Tattu Pasyame Yogamaiswaram. That's it. But you cannot see my cosmic form, the physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I can't define third eye to hold my cosmic opulence. And that next is the heart of Ramana, where Swamiji feels that it's an experience that he was able to see everything around him, above him, below him, everything, the whole thing is visible. And that is the presence of Ramana. That is study makes the compartment or cell activity of the brain, the conscious and meditative state of the soul. When Swamiji is in deep samadhi, he is the radiant natural and 90% of the brain is active. And when Swamiji is doing daily
stop another possibility.
high activity where the third eye is located. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness the extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye being manifested by Paramashivoham of India. So that right after
Slide it with me. போடலாமா இப்ப?
சொல்லுங்கம்மா.
என்னத்து ப்ரொஜெக்ட் பண்றது?
இல்ல.
Yes. Now let's understand the power of seeing through the third eye and the pramanas for it and how you can exactly manifest it. The next slide, please. We can move on to the next slide.
an extraordinary balance of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Manike Virijananda, who is 16 years old, and she will be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. So along with me, I also have a medically tested eye bag. In front is a complete opaque sheet. Behind is a thick sponge. And you can see that there is no gap between the sponge and the opaque sheet. And there is no way of light entering in this eye band. This is a medically certified eye band made for people who have insomnia and who find it really hard to sleep. And it is completely medically and scientifically tested that there is no possible way of light entering this eye band without even with your eyes being open at the time. So now I'm going to be placing this eye band on your eyes. I'm opening this trap in front of all of you and placing it on your eyes. Yes. Okay. So now I request the YouTube comments to be projected. All of you can go ahead and put any comment you want on the Kailasa SEP Nithyananda YouTube channel, and Mapirja will be reading out your comments live with her eyes blindfolded. I request the YouTube comment to be projected. Yes. Yes. So the latest comment in Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam YouTube channel is by Hang Moon Long, and she has she has joined the Kailasian Bronze channel, Bronze group. And before that, Mahajanaristita and the Sikwa is posted. YP is back. Welcome back, my yoga friend. Nice to see you again. Nithyananda Namo Namaha. And before the Carlos Santos has posted Nithyananda, a Namaskar emoji of lover and Namaskar emoji. Yes, amazing. All of you saw that exactly what was there in the comment section, and that is so beautiful. And thank you, Mahajananda Nityananda. Yes, I request the comment section to be zoomed in a little more. Yes. And anyone else who wants to post a comment and who wants to post a comment and wants Mamirija to read it with the blindfold, please go ahead. I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Please go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Yes, Tiana Forest is posted. Sorry, it takes me a long time to comment because I'm watching on my television and then I have to get to my computer or phone in order to comment. Appreciate all of you. My sister is in Shiva. My sisters in Shiva and Smiley emoji. Beautiful, amazing. All of you saw how Madhurya was so fluently was able to read just as it's with her eyes open, so confidently. It's not like I think it is what it is. No, just so fluently. Mathiana Forest was posted and then she started reading the comments. So beautiful how she's able to manifest this extraordinary. And yes, that was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. I request the YouTube comments to stop being projected. So now I'm removing the eyeband of Madhurya. And all of you can see the eye band is completely intact. There is no difference. And that was a beautiful demonstration of this power of third eye being manifested by Maniti Virajarinda. And she has just merely demonstrated one of the powers of Paramashiva. But now you are going to be witnessing another extraordinary Shakti of Paramashiva, which is the power of body scan, where all of you will be witnessing the Balasins of Nithyananda Gurukul being able to connect with Paramashiva and scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and not only that, reveal the root cause of the problem and reveal even a solution to your problem. So let us see the pramanas to the power of body scan. The Shastra Pramana comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatspani yani nilayam ratvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest consciousness principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adi Shakti, is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is from the life of a Siddha named Terayar. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and reveals the root cause of the problem, which is that there is a small terai, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciples, to remove the frog and perform a surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is completely healed and cured of the headache. Thus, the disciple gained the name Terayar. And next is the Atma Pramana, which is the accounts from this life of Supreme Pontifical Wisdom, who has time tested and authenticated this science. Swamiji beautifully shares on the 22nd of December. Only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups a day. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poison. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be there. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. All these great avatars or incarnations are born as awakening beings. Any incident which happens in their life is not an accident. It is a leela, a divine place. And last is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of Swami. So you can see how few of the Paramashivoham participants who have attended and got initiated by Swami have been able to manifest this power and have shared their experience on the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda Facebook page. And let us now, without further delay, witness this extraordinary demonstration live being manifested by the Balasins of Nithyananda. So till then, go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa SPX Nithyananda YouTube channel. We'll be back right after the short break with the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul, who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all.
இப்படி பண்ணாத ஒரு நிமிஷம் இரு.
Yes. Along with me, I have the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Maniki Brahmayogananda, and Masoni, who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. So I request the YouTube comments to now be presented.
ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
So anyone who wants a body scanning by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, please go ahead and post your comments in the Kailasa's SEP Nithyananda YouTube channel. And Ma Brahmayoga and Ma Sonia are eagerly waiting to do a body scanning for all of them. So Mahajalandhar Nithyananda has posted. Please can you confirm if I'm initiated into the complete 16 syllables of the Shodashi Mantra? Also, how can I intensify my Shri Vidya Sadhana? Please, thank you. Okay. So, Mahajalandhar Nithyananda, for that, you can ask Devi Parashakti herself. And she herself, even if you are not initiated, she herself will initiate you into these into the Shodashi Mantra. And just by connecting Devi, you can intensify your Shri Vidya Sadhana. You can ask the question to Devi Parashakti herself, and she will reveal the answer for you and initiate you into the Shodashi. And Raman Vasishta has posted, please body scan my mother's sister, Sushma. Yes, we will surely be doing the body scanning, Aya. But please do get a confirmation from your mother's sister, as it is our integrity to get the consent of the person before doing a body scanning. Please do get the permission, and we will definitely do a body. Okay. So Raman Vasishta has posted, I have her consent. So Ma Soni, you can go ahead and do the body scanning for Mama. Yes, and Ma Mahajalandhar Nithyananda has posted, okay, Ma. Even if you're not initiated, Ma, Devi Parashakti herself will initiate you then. So you can definitely ask the question to Devi. Anyone else who wants the body scanning done for you? Ma Brahmayoga is eagerly waiting. Please go ahead and post your comments. Ajani, you're ready? You can go ahead. Nithyananda Paramashivam, I did the body scanning for you, and my parameter is that the blood is not functioning properly in your heart, and because of that, you can even get heart attacks. So, Paramashivam, you will say early in the morning, like during the moment, like 4 to 6. During that time, do pranayama and go for morning walk. So this is for Ma Sushma, which is Raman Vasishtaya. Please go ahead. Don't be scared of anything. As when the moment the Paramashiva's third eye is landed on the person's body, the healing has immediately started. So please don't worry about anything. Paramashiva will completely heal you. You can even get the blessings from Devi Parashakti herself. But please do follow the solution intensely. Please tell your mother, sister to follow this solution intensely, and she will be completely healed. And Ma Mahajalandhar has asked another question. Please, can you share what dimension my art and sacred sounds come from? Okay. So Ma Mahajalandhar as Paramashiva has initiated all of us into all these powers, And we will definitely come back and demonstrate this extraordinary Shakti yoga. And if you could ask for a body scanning to any of your relatives or family members with their consent or yourself, we'll gladly be doing a scanning. You can ask this question also to Devi Parashakti. Raman Vasishta Ayya, thank you. Yes, Ayya, thank you. Just tell your mom, sister, to follow the solution intensely, and Paramashiva will completely heal. Will be completely healed. In fact, the healing has already started. And anyone else wants body scanning can request in the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. So due to the interest of time, let us now conclude this extraordinary segment. And we are now concluding the power manifestation segment. We thank all of you for joining us. And we will be having upcoming segments like the segment of the Divine Feminine Consciousness, where you will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, what are the Akashic readings, who is the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, and much, much, much more. And what power, what effect does this have on us? So you will be learning so much about this, and please stay tuned for the upcoming segments. We will now be concluding this power manifestation session. Thank all of you for joining us. And if you were not able to get the body scanning, you can definitely come back every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST and get the body scanning done by the Balas of Nithyananda. Thanks all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda. So, Ma Madhura will be joining us shortly. Till then, Ma Brahmayoga Ma Soni, why don't one of you go ahead and share your experience? How do you manifest this extraordinary Shakti? How do you manifest this power of body scanning? And how do you feel being one of the blessed kids who are able to manifest this Shakti? And how so many kids are having the dreams like how they see in comic books, movies, and fairy tales, how they see so many people like just with moving their hand, they can move objects, they can fly, they can scan other people's body, they can scan other people's mind. How it is just a dream for other kids and you are manifesting that as your day-to-day life. How do you feel? Why don't one of you go ahead?
Okay, yes. So I would like to share how I feel. So before this whole lockdown happened, when I used to go and do body scanning physically for people, and I used to scan their bodies, and they just used to when I used to tell their problem and give a solution, and it used to be correct on point, they just used to stare at me and ask, "Ma, how do you do this? It's just so cool. You have no idea about me, and it's completely correct what you have scanned and everything. That it's on point. I myself sit and wonder sometimes, because after all, it's only Swamiji manifesting through me. So I myself wonder, God, it's so cool, me being able to scan other people and telling them their problems on point without even knowing about them or even talking to them before. So, whenever I manifest this power of body scanning, I actually feel really, blessed that I am one of those kids who are able to manifest it. And also, the Swamiji has opened this to everyone now just by getting an initiation, by attending Devi PARASHAKTI AKASHIC readings every night and getting initiation. Anyone and everyone in this world can manifest this power. So I feel really grateful to Swamiji that he's opening such a good he's gifting such a big gift to the whole world, and your solutions can get solved without going to the doctor, and you can find the root of it, which will make sure that the problems don't come back every day.
Amazing. How all of you heard? She shared that I'm very grateful to Swamiji for sharing this whole science to the world continuously. And yes, Swamiji, out of his extreme compassion and love, is continuously coming, showering us with love and gifting us all these sciences, just so we can understand, just so we can enjoy this science. How it is a dream for so many kids all around the world to be able to do these powers. And if they just get to know, hey, I can manifest these powers and I don't have to do anything big for it. It's just one initiation, a look, a word, or a touch from the avatar, and you can get initiated. How the whole world can start manifesting this and how so many people's problems can get solved. Swamiji is so compassionately revealing and giving this science to the whole world continuously out of this extreme compassion and love. And out of Devi Parashakti's extreme compassion and love, coming every day and gracing us, blessing us, answering our questions, gifting us with boons, giving us whatever we want. Parashakti's extreme compassion and love, coming every day and gracing us, blessing us, answering our questions, gifting us with boons, giving us whatever we want, and giving us the ability to connect with the Cosmic Mother and bring so much of completion between with that mother component. So it is so amazing. And Ma Soni, would you like to go ahead and share how you feel about this? Especially being in Gurukul for only like 1 year now, how do you feel about manifesting this external? How was the life outside, and how do you feel?
Actually, when I was outside, I used to watch like movies, like Superman movies, and I used to be like, oh God, it's so amazing. I hope I used to wish that, and I used to pray that oh God, can I also do these powers? But after coming to Gurukul Swamiji, my reality happened, and now I'm able to do all these powers.
Amazing. So all it is, see, it is a dream for so many kids all around the world, and it is manifesting as a reality. So how do you manifest this power? How is it shown to you?
Actually, when I get a person for scanning, I close my eyes and I ask Swamiji, please connect with me and show me what the being is looking for, what the problem is, what the problem is. So then, Swami, I get a body structure. Swamiji gives me a body structure in my eye and in my third eye, and then wherever the problem is, Swamiji highlights that area, and then I ask Swamiji to show me clearly what problem the person is having. Then I see a picture saying the person is having problem in his or her heart. Then Swamiji will show a heart picture, and then again I ask Swamiji what problem the person is having in his or her heart. Then if it's a blood problem, then Swamiji will show blood, or if the problem is arterial, then Swamiji will show the problem, what problem they're having in their artery.
Wow. So it's like a whole conversation you're having with the divine. Amazing. All of this, how so good. I'll ask Swamiji this and he reveals it. I ask Swamiji next, what is this? And then he reveals it. So it's like a whole conversation happening. So beautiful. How you are able to just connect with the divine and be able to manifest this power. And I'll share a personal experience of manifesting this power. When I first started manifesting this power, I was not so good at it or anything. I'll reveal simple things. After that, I started seeing so many things. If I close my eyes, I'll see the body structure. Then it will be like a whole movie. Paramashivoham will zoom in, and then I can see what the problem is. And then if I need to see where the problem is, it will like zoom out and I can see the whole body. It's like a whole movie which is just happening in front of my eyes, and then I'm revealing. And people have been so shocked by the way the body is getting revealed. By so many of the balances. There was actually one person, there was one lady who was suffering from severe back pain, and one of our devotees was just hearing her talk about the back pain. And the devotee just quickly stand and just call her first. Ma, please go check. Please go check with the doctor. Your right kidney is inflamed. I can very clearly see your right kidney is inflamed. You have kidney stones. Please immediately go check with the doctor. That is the reason of your back pain and weakness. This devotee, person and her husband went to the doctor and they're calling the devotee back and they're like, Ma, what you said is correct. The right kidney is inflamed. She has kidney stones and it is a special disease where if she would have not realized for a few more days, she would have to lose her right kidney. And just right in time you revealed it. And he was shocked. He was like, but you are not even related to us. How did you know this stuff? And the devotee beautifully just shared. My Guru Swamiji has initiated me into this power, and I can manifest and I can see through my third eye and scan your body. And the person was so bewildered and amazed by how, just by connecting to Paramashiva, just by one simple diksha from Swamiji, she's able to scan and reveal kidney stones. She's able to see and tell you your right kidney is inflamed. Go check with the doctor. And even the doctor was surprised. And this is how, and there are so many medical miracles which has happened just with the grace of Swamiji. And you can also get initiated into these powers and manifest these extraordinary shaktis. You can be healing so many people from all these diseases which they are going through. And all of you are now going to be moving on into the next segment, which is a segment of the divine feminine consciousness, where we'll be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, and we'll be learning about how to connect with the cosmic spirit. Okay, so Mamadra will be joining with us shortly, and let us understand this power of body scan. Understand when anybody, the difference between a doctor doing a scan for you and you getting a body scanning from the third eye is that the third eye reveals the root cause of the problem. Why the problem even started in your body. All of us know our body is very mysterious, and even cancer or any problem that you have can be related to some imperfections from childhood or the past. And only if you completed that will your body problems get completed. So that is why the third eye reveals the root cause of the problem, why the problem started in your body. Sometimes you won't even be able to connect. You won't be able to connect with the body scan. You won't even understand. You won't be able to relate with it. But if you actually look inside and follow the solution and actually do completion, you will see that you immediately get healed from this problem. And there are so many people who have experienced this in their life and who have also shared, telling that I was not even able to relate with this. But just when I did the completion and followed the solution which the third eye revealed, I immediately saw that my body started. And Swamiji is with his extreme compassion. He is initiating so many disciples all across the globe into manifesting this extraordinary justice.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி, ஓம் சக்தி.
Nithyananda, welcome back, dear viewers. Now let us enter into this next segment and understand who is Devi Parashakti and what is the divine feminine consciousness. So the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti states, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, and she is the self within me. So Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come and go out. Source where the Big Bang and black hole go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Raising, in the words of Parashakti herself, raising in Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossom as Reemkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, Kailasa Swamini, who is Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Svarupini, Brahmandayoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajalakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. Raising as Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming as two, as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as the three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as the nine grahas, blossoming as the 10 indriyas, being as the 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing to light, to tell and make truth blossom, as to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. In the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. So how do we receive Devi Parashakti? In the words of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself, literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. That coin is considered the traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In the US, it can be even 1 cent. I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. So you can offer that to Devi after darshan is over. Do the namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to LA Temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So how do we set up our tambulam? So you can see here you have 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin. So you can set this up every time you have Devi Darshan and receive Devi Parashakti. So with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be entering into the next segment where we'll understand some of the various revelations that Devi Parashakti has made for humanity during this time. So we'll be right back after a very short break and enter into this next segment.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி, ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to your viewers. Now let us enter into this next segment and understand some of the various revelations made by Devi Parashakti during this pralaya. Devi has been continuously guiding us to ensure that we are protected and safe and keeping ourselves alive during this time. Let us understand what Devi's guidance has been. So first, let us understand the compassion of the avatar and the Guru Padaka Stotram composed by Adi Shankaracharya. The very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is a boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. We can go to the next slide, please. So the verse translates as, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is the boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with a sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. And many of us have been feeling stuck in this same storming, raging ocean, but are unable to navigate ourselves and are lost in this overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during this pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to this pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling, and the whole of humanity is in desperate, dire need of hope. And it is at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic consciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through this pralaya, this cosmic deluge. If we can move to the next slide, please. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each and every one of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just attended to us individually, but as a humanity at large. If we can move to the next slide, please. And Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of various revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and has also shown us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which is manifested precisely as what Devi Parashakti herself has guided. And this is for us to imbibe deeply and start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So Devi Parashakti has revealed that the sea levels will be rising, and this was revealed on the 19th of May, 2021. Let us watch that revelation now.
ஓம் நாடு பாதுகாப்பென்று கேட்கின்றாய், கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை எல்லாம். மத்திய கிழக்கிலே போர், இந்தியாவில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று மற்றும் கடல் உயர் எழும்பல் எனும் மூன்றில் இருந்தும் காவல் கைலாசம் ஒன்றே. வாழ்விற்கு அதுவே நன்றே. முடிந்தால் வந்து சேர்ந்திடு. ஓம் ஓம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. So let us understand what Devi has revealed in English. If we can go to the next slide, please. We already watched the video. We can go to the next slide, please.
Om.
Yes, we can move. Yes. Let us understand Devi's revelations mapped into English. Yes, we can go to the next slide, please. So Devi revealed, you are asking which country is safe to escape from this third world war. Listen to everything which is said. War in the Middle East, deadly corona in India, and rising sea levels. Protection from all these three is one and only in Kailasa. Only it is good for life, if possible, come and reach. Om, Om, Om. Let us understand how sea levels have been rising. On the 19th of May, 2021, while answering the prayer of one of the devotees, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, warned that the sea levels rising and the cascading effects of climate change crisis on humanity would be affecting us very soon. Exactly as Devi revealed, the very next day, on the 20th of May, 2021, the biggest ever iceberg broke, which was 70 times the size of Manhattan, posing a huge threat to humanity, causing the sea levels to drastically rise. Let us now see the scientific articles about sea levels rising as per Devi Parashakti's revelation. And here's the article which shows that on the 20th of May, 2021, the world's largest iceberg broke off of Antarctica ice shelf. This was just one day after Devi Parashakti's revelation. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. And scientists have known for many years that sea levels will continue to rise. And unfortunately, if CO2 emissions are not curbed in the next few decades, we will see a very drastic change in the coastline. Even if CO2 emissions come to nearly zero, we will still see at least 1 meter of sea levels rising by within the next few hundred years. And it's been reported that since 1880, sea levels in some ocean basins have been rising as much as 6 to 8 inches. That's between 15 to 20 centimeters since the start of the satellite record in 1993. And sea levels will rise between 1 to 8 feet by 2100. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. And the pace of global sea levels rise. Sorry, we can go back to the previous slide, please. Yes, we can. We can continue on to the next slide. Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. So as we wait for that slide to get ready, Lady Parashakti has revealed that there will be many cascading effects from this sea levels rising. And we've already seen this most recently with so much of flooding across the globe. We've seen it in India, in Germany, and many places that have experienced severe flooding. And this is primarily due to this climate change crisis that has caused so much of flooding and destruction all over the world. We can move to the previous slide, please. You can go to the previous slide. We can go back one more slide. We can go back one more slide. Yeah. So as we know, sea levels will be rising between 1 to 8 feet. And so we will see that this will significantly affect coastlines and the people that live in those communities around the globe. So if we can move to the next slide, please. It is estimated in the United States that almost 40% of the population lives in relatively high population density coastal areas. And globally, 8 of the world's 10 largest cities are near a coast, according to the UN Atlas of the Ocean. So we know that if sea levels rise, this will directly affect communities like 40% that live around these coastal areas. And many of the world's largest cities will be affected. Many people will be affected. At least 40% of the population in the US will be affected. And this will not just affect populations that are living around coastal communities, but will also start affecting more communities that are living more inland. If we can move to the next slide, please. This higher background water levels means that deadly and destructive storm surges, such as those associated with Hurricane Katrina, Superstorm Sandy, and the Hurricane Michael, push further inland than they once did. And higher sea levels also mean more frequent high tide flooding, sometimes called nuisance flooding. And so this nuisance flooding has already increased between 300 to 900% in the last 50 years, and it will continue to increase. We will see more communities and more people, unfortunately, being affected by these large storms and hurricanes. So we all know that global warming is the primary cause for sea levels rising. And global warming has caused sea levels to rise in two ways. The first is that glaciers and ice sheets worldwide are melting and adding water to the ocean. Second, the volume of the ocean is expanding as the water warms. And a third, but much smaller contributor to sea levels rising is a decline in the amount of liquid water on land, aquifers, lakes, reservoirs, rivers, and soil moisture. And so this shift from the liquid water from land to ocean is largely due to groundwater pumping, again, human activity, which has caused so much of destruction. And you can see the difference between this Pedersen Glacier in 1917 and the glacier in 2005, where the glacier had almost entirely melted and it's almost become essentially a grassland within less than 100 years, so less than in basically one lifetime of a person. And the pace of global sea level rise has more than doubled from 1.4 millimeters per year throughout most of the 20th century to 3.6 millimeters per year from 2006 to 2015. So for most of the 20th century, it was pretty stable. And in the last couple decades, we've seen that it has drastically increased, and the Greenland ice loss has increased very drastically as well. In 1992, between 1992 and 2001, it was around 34 billion tons per year. But between 2012 and 2016, it increased to 247 billion tons per year. So literally it went up 8 times within just a decade, a little over a decade. And on August 2021, the UN published a code red, a warning worsening global warming and rising sea levels. This was a few months after they had already given us the warning of global warming and the cascading effects of the climate change, and of course the rising sea levels. And in the article, it stated that some harm from climate change includes dwindling ice sheets, rising sea levels, and changes in the oceans as they lose oxygen and become more acidic. This could be irreversible for centuries to come. And even if we significantly curb emissions in the coming decades, more than a third of the world's remaining glaciers will melt before the year 2100. When it comes to sea levels, sea ice, 95% of the world's thickest ice is in the Arctic and is already gone. And as Devi revealed, this cascading effects of climate change have already devastated many communities around the world. In Germany, we've heard of the floods that have very severely affected the people living in those communities. And it's reported that more than 150 people are still missing in the German floods. If we can move to the next slide, please. Yes, so it's these deadly floods in Germany are even stunning scientists by their severity. And it's also been reported that this climate crisis has made the deadly German floods up to 9 times more likely. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. It's requesting the volunteer to move to the next slide, please. Is requesting the volunteer to move to the next slide, please.
the human beings have become so distanced from the real life, are ready to explore things. We become so far away from, at least I can tell you from my experience, village boy. When I was 5 or 6, I opened all the alarm clocks in my house and I will set it back, put it back. I don't see all that in the modern day kids. It's all about that stupid cell phone. Involvement with the reality has drastically reduced. Our whole life is nothing but the screen. Whether your love, your relationships, even your sex, everything is limited to that screen. Am I right? Almost. No, almost. Everything has been reduced to that screen. Involvement with the reality has drastically come down. It is so unfortunate, especially the food, the plastic food dumped into your system. See, all the things which you eat, none of them have life. They are all not grown from life. My guru used to tell, please walk without chappal or covering your feet. Whatever grows in that land, eat, because Mother Earth records when you walk without shoes what all the ingredients are missing in your body. She records what you need for your body, nutrients or vitamins, whatever. Whatever is missing in your body, she produces in that food which grows in that land. And eat that and live. It is too mind-boggling concept. I tell you, only after I started doing it, I realized you don't need any external medicine if you know to live with the nature. Mother Earth, Bhumata, walk on the earth without shoes. In that land, what grows will supply exactly what you need for your body. Looks too difficult to believe, but after I started doing that, I realized it. Your body does not need any other medicine, anything else. Actually, maybe 2 years before, due to this continuous classes, day and night, and in the night time, the web-based programs for the outside India, all these, my whole eating habits have gone chaos, and no question of rest. It became like a too much on the system. So I had some stomach issues. I remembered my guru telling this, walk on the earth and what grows eat. So I started walking without chappal for a few days. Suddenly I saw in my courtyard a new plant coming up. No seed, nothing, just coming up. I was wondering what is going on. How come suddenly, between the rocks, actually, between the rocks, new plant coming up. And one of the devotee Ayurvedic doctor, he said, Swamiji, if you can get this plant and add it in your food, your stomach will be completely healed. I said, where to get? When he walked into the courtyard, he said, this is the plant. This is the plant. And throughout the campus we searched, we did not find another one. Nobody knows from where the seed has come, from where the plant has come. Understand, it is not that just for me, miraculously nature is doing. It is the nature's life. I was ready to play with it, so she showed the miracles to me. Anybody willing to play with her, she shows her miracles to you. Nature is miraculous. If you are ready to play, she shows it. She demonstrates her love, her care. If we go back to the food with life, our life also will start more interacting, more alive, more vibrant, more overflowing.
Non-violent. With that oneness, Mother Nature will respond back to you. She will actually be able to heal herself. She will actually respond to you. She is an intelligence. And this is the only way we can actually reverse the damages of climate change. And that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing with the Kailasa Uniting Nations for Climate Change. And through various projects and initiatives through Kailasa. So if you would like to learn more, you can visit kailasa.org and you can sign up to become an e-Kailasian and avail all of the benefits that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been sharing with the world. With this, we will be concluding this portion of the program and entering into the next segment where we will understand some of the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. So we'll be right back after a very short break. If I could request the volunteer to start projecting the slides on offering for Devi Parashakti. So as we get ready for this next segment, let us understand that offerings are not made out of any fear or greed, but are merely a part of the divine Leela of an avatar. It is an opportunity for us to to offer our gratitude, our love, our devotion, and open our beings up to receive all of the blessings and energy that the divine has to offer for us. That is the sole purpose of an offering. And when you make an offering to Devi Parashakti, manifesting through your very own guru, you're opening up your being to receive all of the blessings and boons that Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are showering upon you. Let us enter into this segment.
Nithyananda. Now let us understand the next segment in today's program, and which is the various different offerings you can make to Devi Parashakti. Understand that the masculine and feminine, both consciousness, have to be expressed equally by every human being to be enlightened. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than the feminine dimension, irrespective of the male or female physical bodies. And every human has to complete with these 5 dimensions to achieve enlightenment. That is Pitrus, Kula Devatas, parents, nature, and Guru. And incompletions or life negative and adharmic cognitions in the 5 dimensions leads to misconstrued karana and karya, and further leading to suffering and pain and calamities in individual, personal, and collective global levels. Being sensitive is being aware and gratitude to life. Everything from the air we breathe, the place that you sit, the energy you feel, and energy to celebrate you exist. And there are 43 energies that constitute our human body. When all 43 are integrated to Dharma, one becomes enlightened. Dharma, the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity, from the level of Panchabhutas, is the core principle of the cosmos. Awakening the sacred feminine is a key to enlightenment. When awakened, man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. And when awakened woman expresses sacred feminine consciousness, he becomes Devi, the cosmic mother expressing powers. And conscious sovereignty is the key to awakening the sacred feminine consciousness. Out of millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, and most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with the cosmos as Mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. She is the one who expresses as Guru all gods and all manifestations in the universe. She can straight away deliver enlightenment by connecting through the cosmic umbilical cord. Offerings is not to benefit the divine, but to close our gap with the divine consciousness. When we achieve completion with Divine Mother, her infinite powers with her sweet grace starts nourishing all dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. There's nothing too small or too big one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from a space of love of a child looking at a mother and handing her what it has to share out of her deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or a flower, or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or hair. The Vedic rishis have clearly stated the techniques to connect with sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the same qualities in us. One can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother, it is only by worshipping her feet with devotion. And mother worship is the most non-violent, peace-centered, healing, and and soothing, sweetest path to enlightenment among all the traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping includes contemplating, meditating through the sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. We can go on to the next slide. And we can go on. Devi declares herself as the inner self of all the gods and goddesses. So now let us begin the offerings to Devi Parashakti. The next slide. The first offering is the E-Hundi offering, and beautifully in the Lalita Sahasranamam it says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. And the English translation says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can run over through true devotion and she removes all fears. Yes. The next slide, please. And if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi, the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva, Sharadharadhya means worshipped by Sharadha. Sharvani means the wife of Lord Shiva. In the Linga Purana, it says that Lord Shiva is called as Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadhayini is Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. And you can offer your gratitude and devotion through this E-Hundi donation. The next slide, please. And here we have the Sankalpa offering. Beautifully in the Saundarya Lahari, it says, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become the chanting of your name. Let the movements become the auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the eating and drinking become fire oblations in the Homa Yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you. And let all the pleasures and actions of mine become part of your worship. And in this offering, the Sankalpa offering, you will get the both, the asked and unasked, and even the remembered and forgotten desires that you've had. Now, the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu is the next offering, which is the Archana offered to the Sri Meru. You'll be able to experience the blessings to manifest and awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. And the next offering is the Mukta Anguti. In the Devi Suktam, it says, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by gods, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, troubled by Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to her solves all, and who is the source of all good in this world, let that goddess destroy all obstacles. And this is the blessings for the protection from all dangers and fears. And beautifully in the Lakshmi Ashtakam, it says, Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Mukti Pradayini Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute. It says, Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity, Devi who powers the subtle mantras of the cosmos, I bow down to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. This offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa will attract the blessings for attracting positive relationships in personal and business dimension. The next offering is the Swarnamati. Again, in the Saundarya Lahari, it's describing that Lord Brahma, the creator of yore, selects a dust from your feet and creates this world. The great Adishesha with his 1,000 heads somehow carries the dust at your feet with the great effort, and the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nice and uses it as holy ash. And the next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And beautifully in the compositions of Adi Shankaracharya, it says, "My repute has traveled on all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as rewards for virtues. Yet if one mind be not centered on the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then?" This offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is a very, very precious offering. And especially now with Ganesha Chaturthi coming up, you will be able to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on this very auspicious day directly at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And Devi is Guru, the feminine consciousness, and the one beyond the idea of male and female. The most auspicious offering to the Guru, the mention of the cosmic mother, is offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So you can be blessed with the sweetest path to enlightenment, the Guru-disciple relationship, with this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. The last offering we have is the Vastra Seva, where once again, this is the offering of the Vastram, the clothes, to the Guru, the dimension of Cosmic Mother. And during the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, it bestows one with the sweetest path to enlightenment and completion and protection. Yes, moving on. Here we have all of the different offerings as a summary. You can be offering until the Vastra Seva. There's 9 different offerings that you can do. And this is the link for the payment gateway. And in the next page will just be the next slide. We can just see how exactly this link looks. You can also visit this link. It's in the scroll below. You can use the link in the scroll below as well to make an offering. We can go to the next slide, please. And this is exactly how the page looks when you go to this link. You'll see Parashakti Bhava Samadhi donations, and you'll be able to go further with the steps. The next slide, please. And you can select in the drop-down menu the offerings that you'd like to make. The next slide, please. And then you can proceed to review your cart and then proceed to checkout. The next slide, please. And then you can fill out your billing details and your payment details and see which payments are actually, you can see here what payments are actually accepted through this payment gateway. The next slide, please. And as well on YouTube, you can join as a member of Kailasa's SPH YouTube channel. And this allows you to participate in the chat of the YouTube channel as well and as make a donation through the Kundi offering on the YouTube super chat. The next slide, please. And you can join this channel. As you can see, we have the bronze, gold, silver, platinum, and premium levels. You can join the channel. The next slide, please. And you can use the payment methods either through Google Pay or PayPal or through credit card or debit card. So there's a couple more options here if you'd like. And now they're also making a donation through the YouTube super chat is also available for each and every one of you. And here's a link once again. And this brings us to a conclusion of this segment. And we'll be shortly moving on into the next segment where the Adi Kailasa administrators will be sharing with us the various different contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the Kailasa Care Centers. So with this, we'll now be moving on to the next segment of today's program.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to this segment. Now we're going to see the Kailasa's ecosystem, how they're adding to the global peace. The blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Sadgurum Tam Namami. Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents the multi-layer quarantine, COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, adding to the global peace. So let's understand more on this. If you see some of the statistics here, across the world today, the COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. World Economic Forum, according to that, the COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities, January 2020 to April 2021. You can see the statistics, how they are. In some more statistics, the prevalence of depression and anxiety remains high among younger adults. And if you see an example of France, the depression rates and the anxiety rates, especially the age group of 18 to 24, the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depression, depressive disorders during the COVID-19 pandemic. If you see the young adults, especially of age group 18 to 24, affects the maximum of 56.2%, and age group of the next age group, age 25 to 49, affects 48.9%, and age group 50 to 64 affected the 39.1%, and age 65 group 29.3%. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder from January to June 2029 in a 6 months period, what it was the 11.0%, and now in just 1 month of beginning of this year 2021 raised up to 41.1%. The share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic by age group, if you see again, the young adults affected the maximum, and as the age group increases, it's decreasing. But if we need to, it's concerning that the young adults are affecting the maximum, getting into the depression and anxiety related disorders. Nearly 8 in 10, especially 78% say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, that is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. So COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. So COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. So, and you can see the healthcare workers who treated the patient during the China's COVID-19 outbreak. 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to the preliminary research. And more than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and about 300 have died. Then estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rate was 15%, and now during the COVID-19 pandemic, it raised to 40.7%. And what was that the anxiety, what was 29%, and now it raised to 72%. And some other statistics, living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. Students are interacting most with parents during COVID-19 physical distancing, and that is the number one parents can support students is simply spending time with them, ranked much higher than talking about COVID-19 news. The resource need, number one for college student mental wellness, the virtual face-to-face time, and number one for his student digital social gathering. 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disturbed by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of the women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their cancer growth may be limited as a result. And nearly 70% women who said they have experienced adverse changes to their daily routine during the pandemic believe these shifts have prevented or will prevent them from the pandemic. The global economic outlook. According to the World Bank, the global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. The COVID-19 recession has been the fastest, steepest downgrades in consensus growth projections among all global recessions since 1990. Most countries are expected to face recessions in 2020. According to the United Nations UN News, that COVID-19 threatening global peace and security, UN chief warns. While the COVID-19 pandemic is the first and foremost a health crisis, its implications are more far-reaching and could threaten global peace and security. The UN Secretary General told members of the Security Council in a closed video conference held on Thursday that but the pandemic also poses a significant threat to the maintenance of the international peace and security, the potentially leading to an increase in social unrest and violence that would greatly undermine our ability to fight the disease. He warned, later standing that the Council's engagement will be critical to imagine these implications. COVID-19 is profoundly affecting peace across the globe, says the Secretary General in addresses to Security Council. The COVID-19 pandemic is profoundly affecting world peace and security across the globe. The Secretary General, Antonio told the Security Council and in a 2nd July 2021 video conference debates, pressing the chamber to use its collective influence to protect the millions of people affected by conflict and already facing acute vulnerabilities. Addressing the 15-member organ on the impact of COVID-19 on international peace and security, Mr. Guterres said the health pandemic is fast becoming a protection crisis. Collective security and our shared well-being are under assault on many fronts, he emphasized, led by a relentless disease and abated by global fragilities. Our challenge is to save lives today while buttressing the pillars of security for tomorrow. From the COVID-19 updates from UNEP, time to get serious about climate change. On a warming planet, no one is safe. You have been telling us for over 3 decades of the dangers of allowing the planet to warm. The world listened, but it did not hear. The world listened, but it did not act strongly enough. As a result, climate change is a problem that is here now. Nobody is safe, and it is getting worse faster. COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. Breakthrough infections found in 25% health staff. According to a study, a little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and Max Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. New COVID-19 variant, Mu, shows signs of vaccine resistance. All you need to know is a new coronavirus strain known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. After being detected in Colombia, Mu, known scientifically as B.1.621, has since been reported in other South American countries and in Europe. The Mu variant has a constellation of mutations that indicate potential properties of immune escape. The Global Health Body said Tuesday in its weekly pandemic bulletin. New strain of COVID-19 detected in 6 countries, the Power Breakfast, CNBC TV 18. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic is not over yet, and the new highly mutated COVID C.1.2 strain discovered in South Africa is testimony to how dangerously the virus can adapt to bypass vaccines when the world decides to reopen prematurely. The C.1.2 variant has been termed the world's most mutated variant since the beginning of the pandemic. The new COVID variant C.1.2 causes flutter. The World Health Organization says it's watching. The World Health Organization has said that to date, there are 100 sequences of C.1.2 reported globally. From the earliest report from May 21 from South Africa, and currently it does not appear to be increasing in circulation. The new variant was first found in South Africa in May. Researchers from South Africa have described the C.1.2 variant, which has 40 to 59 mutations more than the original Wuhan virus. It is spike protein. There are 14 mutations, which include the usual suspects, including N501Y and E484K and Y144 It shares T478K mutation with Delta. The speed of evolution for this variant is 1.8 faster than average. Join the COVID care protection centers of Kailasa's ecosystems and protect yourself. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Making peace with the nature is possible. If you start now, making peace with the nature is possible if you start now. Even amid a pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tracked together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable development goals, including ending poverty, by 2030 if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies, societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Sorry for the technical glitch. The World Health Organization Health Yes. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. On the International Day of Yoga, 21st June, the theme, Yoga for Well-Being. The day will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continued to upend lives and livelihoods of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated psychological suffering, and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, as pandemic related restrictions continue in various forms in many countries. This has highlighted the urgent need to address the mental health dimensions of the pandemic, in addition to the physical health aspects. The message of yoga in promoting both the physical and mental well being of humanity has never been more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated and to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic. Yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care and rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation. It is particularly helpful in allaying their fears and anxiety. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at a local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world, while streaming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, ancient practices that can ease stress of our modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex and difficult world, to promote not only healthy lifestyles, but to promote peace and security in the world, said the Dr. Nata Menabed, Executive Director of the New York Office of the World Health Organization, at an event entitled Conversation Yoga for Health. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. First, for the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by the common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, government, the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits and opportunities for all. Food systems hold key to ending world's hunger. Effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the United Nations has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of the global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of the 118 million from 2019. According to the EAT Lancet Commission, moving towards diets with a diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than saturated fats, and limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed foods, and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult death each year. International peace and security. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of a decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, crime, displacement, and the prevalence of a continued state of tension in many regions of the world. According to a UN report, in the year 2019 alone, about 55% of the 358 political conflicts worldwide involve the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have had only prolonged violent conflict, making it difficult for policymakers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. The international peace and security. The Vedic tradition beautifully describes Yastu Sarvani Bhutani Atmani Ivanu Pasthiti Sarva Bhuteshu Chatmanam Tatona Vijukrutyati. The inner peace leads to world peace. Now let us understand the Kailasa's contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Self-transformation, secret to achieve global peace. Let's watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own voice.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things, enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means
listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground
breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully.
every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years. How many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. What the work we do will talk for us, the talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us, the talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching, yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living, practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world.
So, Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the founder and spiritual head of Kailasa. The revival of the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, which is being revived by the displaced Hindus from across the world. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Nithyananda order of monks and nuns and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to recreate a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truths, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential from the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. In a short period of public life, he has contributed to humanity in the areas of meditation, healing, health and wellness, yoga, medicine, education, lifestyle, and science and technology. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working on creating and teaching people first the significance of peace and how to achieve it. Second, working for higher consciousness life and lifestyle. Third, reducing collective negativity in thoughts, words, and actions. Fourth, living in oneness, peaceful coexistence with humanity and nature. Fifth, manifesting superhuman powers for a better quality of life. More than 20 million people in 347 cities in 196 countries over 6 continents revere and follow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of a community practiced meditation, pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged. Include all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. About 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48 meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. You can see the pictures here. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in USA in Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside of India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first conference for the world peace, to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on the September 11, 2011 at Irvine, California, USA. The second Confluence for Peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life to promote healing, connection, and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. His Holiness has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness and awareness of peace. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into the Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute to the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition life is for others. These monks and nuns act as a harbinger of peace and empowerment for the human society and distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, the spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirants to a high energy sacred spot such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor, which is in Cambodia, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present on these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individual to and collective peace as a natural consequence. The revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti on 12th May 2021. Devi revealed that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come and they have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya in Adi Kailasa, because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower, allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People who comes and dip in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people who come in line every day, they will take a dip in Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi revealed that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidyasarovar, go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda, Nija Avatara, without confusion and without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for help. On 13th May, Devi continued to reveal that crores of people will come there looking for help, Navapashana, water of peace and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship, and even if captain is not there, the ship is there. On 14th May 2021, Devi revealed that whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of saving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all of their life work. This is a commitment Parashakti is giving you all. Parameshwari, I will do what I say. On 19th May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed that to save people from corona, I have set up a huge ship, Ananda Sarovar, Vaidya Sarovar and Ananda Lingam. I have made it in Adi Kailasa. Go there, take water every day, worship Ananda Lingam, water, turmeric, milk and neem rasam showered on Navapashanam are the medicines for this. On 19th May 2021, the doors of Adi, Devi continue to reveal that the doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, moksha, jnana, powers, karma, kama, and the God beyond kama. Adi Kailasa life will give all goodness. The doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, moksha, jnana, powers, kama, and the God beyond kama. The Kailasa life will give all the goodness. The hell of Krimibhojanam mentioned in Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their life. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. On 11th June 2021, Devi revealed that drop the foolish mind and business motive of bargaining and attain surrender. And go to Adi Kailasa, be in Adi Kailasa, I will do good to you. On 18th June 2021, Devi revealed that for saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa. Best life is there. Before Corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that the soil of Adi Kailasa is the Sarva Roga Nivarani, that means cure for all diseases. For all the diseases in the world, Paramashakti, myself taking the form of Nithyananda as Nija Avatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting all powers, the very soil was converted into great medicine that solves all karmas. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that taking the soil of Adi Kailasa and mixing it with the water of Navapashana Linga of Vaidya Sarovar, and by applying it, all pains will vanish. Breaking the attachment to body, it will make you enlightened. Goodness is there. I told the truth. Go to Adi Kailasa. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. So, three COVID care centers opened across India are Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Tirunamalai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adhinam in Puducherry, Pattanam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adhinam in Hyderabad, and Madurai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam Adhinam in Erode, Tamil Nadu, and Huzur Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adhinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and the cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are the medical care, that is allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine. Second, the infrastructure to accommodate thousands. Third, the accommodation of multi-layered quarantine. Fourth, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels. And fifth, personal protective medical equipment and food security management to food banks. Fourth, seventh, organic farming. Join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, they are multi-layered quarantine, and especially in India, there are during this COVID-19 pandemic, which is rampant and with the multi-strains, the practical solution is to join any of the COVID care protection centers, which are the Kailasas, de facto spiritual embassies, which not only save you from the pandemic, but protect and which adds results in your health, joy, bliss, and the conscious breakthrough. And let's listen to Devi Parashakti revealed the Krimi Bhojanam, the
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So the translation of this is, everyone in India, all of you listen. The hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection, joining this protective quarantine ecosystems. From it is the only way. Deadly corona life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Aghora Thandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together. Destroying other souls, it will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with the tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the sufferings done by the humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives, learning that prevention is the only way. Go to Adi Kailasa. The Krimi Bhojana is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by the worms. The Garuda Purana chapter, in one of the chapter, cosmogony of hell and the nether regions. The Devi Bhagavata Purana, chapter 21 on the narrative of hells, chapter 22 on the narrative of the sins leading to hells, and in Shiva Purana, chapter 16, uplift from the hell, section 5, in Skanda Purana, chapter 12, redemption from hells, and chapter 2, merit of visiting Setu, and chapter 30, the glory of Dhanishkoti, the Brahma Purana, chapter 20, hells in nether regions, and chapter 106, sufferings in hell. Padma Purana, chapter 48, section on the netherworld. This many references are there for the Krimi Bhojanam. And they will reveal that it has started on the planet Earth. And you can see the various statistics of the pandemic effects and how many deaths are happening, how many new cases are coming, how many affected so far. You can see the various statistics, and you can every newspaper, every there are various ways you can find all the statistics, which is very concerning, affecting the world peace globally, affecting especially the young adults mentally. And now it is airborne with so many strains of virus. It is now airborne. A quiet revolution has permeated global health crisis. Authorities have come to accept what many researchers have argued for over a year. The coronavirus can spread through the air. That new acceptance by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes with the concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled, like public water supplies were in 1800s, and after petit pipes were found in Harvard College. And the world's most infected disease now an airborne. And according to the various statistics, in a letter, what scientists told to the World Health Organization, how does the disease pass from one person to another? The story so far is on Monday, July 6, 239 scientists from the 32 countries put their signatures on an open letter that said COVID-19 is also transmitted via aerosols. Titled, "It's time to address airborne transmission of COVID-19," and addressed to the World Health Organization, that they said that there wasn't enough evidence to show that the viruses are released during exhalation, talking, and coughing as a micro droplet, small enough to remain aloft and pose a risk of exposure at distances beyond 1 to 2 meters from someone who is infected over the 3 feet to 6 feet, recommended for physical distancing between people to avoid transmission. Now you can see the various statistics across the states of the India. The statistics are really concerning. And even the government is, the home quarantine is not possible in India. Statement made by the Indian government, and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma said that the home quarantine is one prime reason for a large number of deaths during the second wave of COVID-19 in Assam. Assam witnessed the largest number of deaths, which are the highest single-day deaths in the state, the Sharma said. We have seen more death cases happening from home isolation, as several people do not keep oximeters and some do not read the counts in the meter properly. The Maharashtra government recently announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts, which show a higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. The state public health minister Rajesh Tope said that the decision is taken to ensure better health care facilities to patients in districts which are showing higher positivity rate. Home quarantine is not possible in India. About 41% of the houses have just a single room, which is shared by about 5 people. About 41% of households in India have just one room or don't have an exclusive living room, and about 5 people share such accommodations. About 32% of the households have 2 rooms, and adding to the O's is the fact that only 47% of households have access to water within the premises, and 42% don't have a bathing facility within the premises. In order to utilize India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage the expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on 27th April signaled a change in approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals or units. The government allotted home quarantine for those with the mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self-quarantining. That in India, it's easier said than done. According to the census 2011, about 42% Indian households were living in houses where an average 3 or more people were sharing a room. The context of coronavirus, this challenge of physical distancing is greater in rural areas, 45% of the household than the urban areas. Only in state Kerala is looking relatively dignified on this metric, and all districts reporting at least 250 cases of anywhere between 34 to 54% household averaging 3 or more to a room. In the bigger cities, where is the space for home quarantine in the biggest cities? The health ministry last week said that more cases of coronavirus had been asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic and advised home isolation for such people. It also said that 68% cases across the country were reported from metros and big cities. However, census data suggests, and experts also agree, that following the ministry guidelines on home quarantine. The guidelines on home quarantine say one person showing COVID-19 symptoms has to remain isolated in a well-ventilated room, preferably with an attached toilet. If another family member needs to stay in the same room, it's advisable to maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between the two, it stated. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its door to all without exception. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that at least 6 months back, I became aware that a multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses. And the list that you're seeing are the various campuses that in India are open Kailasa rushes to help as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. The multiple free COVID care centers opened across India and various social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda and the ashrams, various adhinams across India, various spiritual services offered, and cosmic revelations by the global pandemic. The various medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, fire safety, equipment maintenance, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, groceries collected for Annadan, organic farming. Join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. I repeat, join the COVID care protection centers with the registering this link, https://kailasa.org, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa care, KAILASACARE, Kailasa care. Now it's time to move on to the next segment of the program. So make use of this time, join this with this link, and we'll moving on to the next segment after a short break.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி.
But I wanted to share this amazing miracle that happened yesterday. I had asked Swamiji in Prataksha Padapuja on the second day to help me. I started this business in 2009 because of Swamiji's blessings, but I also work part-time as an engineer at a national lab. And it's very difficult building the business, being a mom, and trying to work. And so I asked Swamiji in the Padapuja to help me make money in the business so that I could retire from my engineering job. And then two days ago in the morning, I got a text from work that they offered an early retirement package, and I qualify. And so I found out I could have 17 days of pay, 17 weeks of pay, so I could take early retirement. And so I'm going to retire June 13th. So Swamiji works really fast. And then I'm going to work full-time on my business, and I'm going to start with doing an internet radio program, and my goal is to enrich 100,000 people on the Vedic principles and talking about yoga and Ayurveda. And so I can do this full-time because Swamiji created this huge banquet for me to just, how could I say no to early retirement and getting paid. And it's an amazing blessing, and I'm still in shock. So I know it's a miracle. This is what I wanted to.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. And as all of us are preparing for a very powerful and a very beautiful direct interaction with the divine, the direct darshan, the direct audience with the divine, the avatar, the super consciousness manifesting in its human form, in the embodied form as the Nija Avatara, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Actually, to each and everyone that are watching us right now, to the thousands of us that are watching us in more than 25,000 social media handles and in more than 27 different social media platforms, in 108 plus languages, this video is being streamed live, which means millions of people in more than 108 different language regions. People are being reached out to, and Swamiji is manifesting. The avatar is touching the lives of millions at this moment. If you are listening to this, maybe you are, amidst your work, you were just quickly wanting to catch up on social media and you accidentally landed upon this video, or whether you are waiting for this time to start so that you can log on to, that Nayana Diksha and you can receive the darshan of Swamiji, or whether you are just waiting for Swamiji's darshan, or you are just, you're here for the first time, curious, and you're wondering what is all this about, right? Whatever got you here. If you are listening to this at this moment, at this point in time, it is because existence, cosmos, the divine has chose to manifest in your life at this point in this form. There is a special gift. There is something that the existence wants to share with you at this time. And indeed this few moments, the next few minutes is going to be magical for each and every one of us. Because for all of us, when we talk about divine, when we talk about avatar, when we talk about, life with an avatar, it is beyond comprehension. It is filled with miracles. It is filled with so much of joy. Like every time we see the comments in YouTube, it is filled with people saying, Ma, I just prayed to Swamiji, Swamiji did this to me. I just prayed to Swamiji and Swamiji manifested this. Swamiji healed me of diabetes. Swamiji manifested money for me. And the job that I lost just came back miraculously after Swamiji's blessing. Or, things just changed for me after Swamiji's blessings. My relationship, 13 years, I couldn't speak to this person. He just connected back to me after Swamiji's blessings. Each day, it is filled with hearing such profound experiences of people. And I'm sure for each and every one of us that watch this, that listen to this, even listening to another person sharing it will make us experience that same miracle, which will make us experience like as if we experience that healing. That is the power of just listening to these blissful sharings. That is the power of Leela Dhyana, when you just meditate on the divine Leelas played by the avatar. And here we are with yet another exciting segment, joining with all of you to soak in this divine Leela. The best way to prepare to receive an avatar, to receive the cosmic mother, is just enjoy that intimate feeling connection with her. And the best way to enjoy that feeling connection is when you just listen to thousands of people experiencing that same joy, that same feeling connection. So joining with us in this segment is Ma Jnanatma Swami. And we are here, all three of us are here to share with you all a very, very, very exciting story. And of course, life with Avatar is nothing short of miracles. And here we are to share yet another miracle beyond the comprehension of science and medicines. And we have Rajesh Chandramohanaya, who's joining us for this segment. Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for joining for the sharing today. And today we are all, as we are awaiting the live darshan of Devi Parashakti manifesting through the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the best way to prepare ourselves to receive the avatar, the best way to prepare ourselves is to hear the Leelas and be soaked in the Leela Dhyana of the avatar. What the avatar and how the avatar is playing miracles in each and every one of our lives. How the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving us darshan after darshan and causing so many leelas, the divine leelas, the Thiruvilayadals happening in each and every one of our lives. Today, we have invited Rajesh Chandramohan, who's live from Qatar, Middle East, to share with us the miraculous experience caused, the miraculous healing that Rajesh has experienced with Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading. So with no further ado, I would like to have Rajesh Ayya. Please go ahead and share what you would like to share and the miraculous healing that you have experienced, Ayya.
Okay, Ma, Nithyanandam. Yes. So what happened was about 3 months back, I started developing a lot of pain in my shoulder. So it was coming and going off, and as you know, all of us as a devotee, disciple of Swamiji, normally we go through some little bit of pain here and there. And that's because when some of the engrams or something leaves us, some pain or suffering is leaving us, it causes a little bit of pain. So that was happening for about 2 months. It was on and off. And about a month back, I started feeling a lot of pain in my right hand. And I went to an orthopedic. What I did was I put a message to Swami, sent a message to Swami saying that please heal me, Swami, this pain is there. So Swami blessed and said, yes, this pain, I will heal you. Then because, we also need some kind of medical attention, I went to an orthopedic. So the orthopedic saw me, and then he asked me to lift my hand. I couldn't lift my hand. And then he said, this is something called adhesive capsulitis. So what happens is in this ball joint here, there are about 5 muscles which interact with the muscles of the neck and the shoulder. And that's a lot of nerves from the spine move till the hand. So this is what I learned from the orthopedic, which he explained to me. Then he said, you please go for some physiotherapy sessions. They will do some exercises and it will work. So I went through this physiotherapy sessions, and each time the session happened, my pain started increasing. So little by little, my pain was increasing. Then I went for some other, treatment as well. I went for a little bit of an Ayurveda treatment that also did not work. So I completely knew that this physiotherapy is not working at all. Then I went to another orthopedic, and they said this is a very famous and popular, what I can say, clinic and doctor in Qatar. So you please go and check with him. So I went to him. He took the X-ray. He said the X-ray is good. The bone is okay. That's no problem. We have to take an MRI, but it will take about 8 days because there is a waiting list. So you please wait for about 8 days and then let the MRI come. Then I told him, I'm in too much of pain. I'm not able to sleep. Last 2-3 months, my sleep has been completely disturbed. I was, waking up in the middle of the night. I have to apply some ointment. I have to keep some hot pack, ice pack in the middle of the night, then drink some water, then sleep. And if I sleep on this side, it starts paining. Invariably in the night when you turn, it pains. So it got to a point where even if I move my hand, it is pain. So it went to that extent. Then I told this orthopedic, I'm in full of pain. Then he gave me a lot of medicines. He said, these are all painkillers. These are all muscle relaxant, anti-inflammatory. He used a lot of medical terms. Then I was totally perplexed. Being with Swami, we don't take this kind of medicines, right? And then these are all chemicals and we don't know what is happening inside the body. So I just avoided it. I did not take it and I didn't believe in it. Then the orthopedic said, this adhesive capsulitis takes about, if you are in a very acute stage of it, according to him, medically, you are in a very acute stage of this. This is also called periarthritis. So you are in the very acute stage. This acute stage lasts for 2 months. And if there is nothing wrong in the MRI, if it is okay, nothing has happened, because I never had a fall or I never had any kind of injury or nothing. This just came out of the blue. I don't know from where it came. So, of course, I'm in the IT field and I've recently completed 30 years of work experience. So I sit in So I started my career in 1991. So 2021, it's been about 30 years sitting in front of the computer and working on the mouse, and you know how it is. So, plus a lot of mental stress as well. So last 10 years I've been with Swami and things have been moving very well. And, my health has been touched because of Swami's divine grace and blessings. My health was very good. There is no problem in my health. But suddenly this has come out of the blue, and then I realized then from our, teachings and Swami's teachings also, I realized this is some kind of an engram which is getting released. So whenever a major engram gets released, there is pain in the body, and we all understand that. So this is leaving. So it is causing some pain. But now coming to it medically, the doctor said, the pain will subside only after 2 months. It will take anywhere between 6 to 9 months for it to heal if nothing is wrong inside.
Oh God.
It may take a year. And then I asked, you are saying easily 1 year. So 1 year means, do you mean to say that I have to be on these painkillers for 1 year? He said, yes. There is no other way. You have to be on these painkillers.
1 year of painkillers and
year.
muscle relaxants.
Yeah, 1 year of muscle relaxants, painkillers, and all of that.
Oh,
so
God.
Then I was very worried, but I never started on it. I said I will bear the pain, but I will not take any painkiller because it's very injurious to our health. Then he said, if in 1 year, if it doesn't happen, there is a second in the MRI. If there is a problem in the muscle, we have to give a steroid injection.
Oh,
so
God,
that is a 3 mm syringe. They will give anesthesia. You have to put that 3 mm syringe inside, and then they will give the steroid, and that will open up the muscles. If that is not working, then we have to go for surgery. I was totally baffled with this. I just came home. Yesterday, I was in so much pain. I was sitting and crying. At one point I told Swami, what is this happening to me? Yeah, I've given my life to you. I have donated my life to you. I love you so much. Why are you putting me this through so much of pain? I was crying in front of the Atmamurti and his photo. And my mother said, Rajesh, enough is enough. You are alone in Qatar, no family. Doctors are telling like this. Just tell Swami that you want to come to India for 3 months and we will do some kind of a Siddha Vaidyam. So apart from this allopathy, there is also an Ayurveda and a Siddha treatment for this. And when I did my Google research, it showed that Siddha Vaidyam is the best. Siddha has got this Siddha Varmam technique. With some pressure points, they will release it. So I thought the better thing is to, come to India. So I told yesterday, Devi Parashakti Amma, I am in severe pain. And point number 2, please grant me, please bless me so that I will get 3 months leave. I will come back to India. I will, with your divine grace and blessings, I will go through the Siddha Varma treatment and then I will become all right. So please bless me. So when I put this message on the chat, I could see Devi Parashakti and Swamiji. I could feel that when Swamiji saw this, his face changed. He was very worried. He was very compassionate, and I could see the criticality of the issue with how he is able to look at it. Immediately, his Devi Parashakti said, "I will heal you immediately. I will heal you completely." So I said, "Okay, ma, thank you very much." I assumed that since I asked for 3 months leave and all, I have to go through this procedure. So I will ask for leave, I'll go to India and all of that. So my mind is set. Then I am, sitting with other people and watching the, involved in the Arulwak. So then what happened within about 2 minutes, I just, with my left hand, because my right hand is so painful, I cannot move it. So in my left hand, I just got up and reached for my phone because, I expected my mother will call me. So I just, reached out to my phone. Suddenly, from nowhere, from inside, there is something opened. Something opened from inside. I could see that noises, some noise came, opened, and I was in lot of pain for about 2 minutes. I just held, I know Swami is healing me. This is getting released. So I said, Swamiji, and then put my hand here and just sat down. After 2 minutes, the pain subsided. No pain at all. No pain at all. And even now, as I speak, there is no pain.
Wow.
Whatever was inside, I don't know what happened inside. Those muscles just opened up and the pain is gone. Where that pain is there, I don't know. There is no pain in my hand right now.
So from Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading yesterday till now, you were before Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading, you were sitting and crying in pain. And after Devi Parashakti healed you through the Nijavatar of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from that moment, 2 minutes after the darshan till now, last 24 hours, more than 24 hours, you do not have any pain.
No pain, no pain. Absolutely no pain.
Wow.
Absolutely no pain. So all
and
my
viewers,
plans
I just wanted the viewers to know, I am so sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted all the viewers who are watching this to know, Rajesh Ayya could and was prescribed to be on pain medication, painkiller medication for more than 1 year. And there is no way to medically, allopathically heal this pain. He had to be on painkillers for more than 1 year, and he was prescribed steroid injection, and if that doesn't help, surgery. There was no other cure, and actually there is no cure. All this is only to be able to bear the pain and to be able to see. Maybe it will relax the pain that Ayya is experiencing. That is what allopathic medication had prescribed to Rajesh Ayya, and even one of the best orthopedics in Qatar. This is all he could do. And here Rajesh Ayya is so blessed to have the darshan of Devi Parashakti and came, and in just 2 minutes, In 2 minutes, the pain has completely disappeared. We have read in the Puranas, in the Itihasas, about the miracles performed by the various avatars. Here, we are also blessed to see the divine leelas, the Thiruvilayadals of Devi Parashakti right in front of our eyes. Amazing, Ayya.
And one more point to note, Ma, I am sitting in Qatar, okay? Devi Parashakti and Swamiji is sitting somewhere where I don't know, remotely. In some place, Devi Parashakti, in Kailasa, Swamiji is sitting in Devi Parashakti, and I am probably some 5,000 miles away, possibly. And I'm sitting here, I'm sitting alone, and I've just connected over the Zoom. That's it, nothing else. And Swamiji and Parashakti is able to reach out to me, to that particular place, and heal it and open it up. And one more thing happened, Ma. See, all this is Swamiji's blessings, cosmos, everything is working and aligning so beautifully. One of my friend called me 2-3 days back. He said there is Siddha Vaidyar in Qatar, and you may please contact him. And I just contacted him. He came to my house. He saw Swamiji's photo and all that. He knows everything about Swamiji. Swamiji has connected me with him, and he said, I will give you some relaxation. That is all I can do. I can't do anything much, but it is him who has to cure you.
Oh, so even the Siddha Vaidya said only Swamiji can cure you.
Yes, only Swamiji can cure you, whatever has to happen. But I can try to move the muscle and bring it back to the origin. See, what has happened is, this is the ball and joint, Ma. So what happens is, there is a 5 muscles which are holding on to this. So it is not allowing the movement. So this has to release. And when this releases, what he has to do is, sometimes you have to physically take it and release it. So that is extremely painful. Extremely painful. So when it is physically done by one person to the other, it is very painful. So what Swami Parashakti has done is, she has not allowed anybody to touch. She herself has sent the energy and released it.
Wow. Ayya, what a blessing, Ayya, what a blessing. I mean, we have seen, devotees getting healed, and Swamiji has physically touched millions and healed millions. But here, wherever we are, few thousand miles away from where Swamiji is, and where the manifestation of the Parashakti is happening, like you said so beautifully. You are in the IT field, and the field full of logic, and field full of logic and what we know as the matrix world. And for all these logical minds who are watching this, watching us live right now, and watching this sharing, what would you like to say? How would you like to explain this for all the people who are sitting and wondering? Because this is beyond logic. This is beyond what any of us can even fathom. How is this happening? How is a muscle which is holding on to your ball joint on the shoulder is relaxing when Devi Parashakti is just uttering that word? In 2 minutes, it is just happening, and miraculously you are healed, and past 24 hours you have absolutely no pain, and you're here on live on NTV sharing your experience. How would you like to explain it, Ayya?
Yes, Ma. See, being in the IT field, and generally when you look at science and technology, they say that every scientist, or in the technology field, we are all asked to look at things, see, and then believe in it. So if there is a piece of code and it is working in a particular way, you have to see if it is working in that way. So it is absolutely logic. If this is the condition, this is what happens, else this happens. This is how the code is written. Similarly, in technology, everywhere they say that you have to see things through a microscope, you have to analyze things, you will have to believe only what you see. That is how we have been taught. But with Swamiji, what has happened, being with Swami, he has walked us through this 25 states and 5 dimensions. So when you start mapping those, we are in the length dimension. So we are operating in the length dimension. So in the length dimension, what happens? My thought process is, I need 3 months. I need to go for a medical treatment. Somebody has to touch me. Somebody has to, open up that muscle. So it is all in the length direction, logic. But Swami operates in 5 dimensions. He operates in breadth, depth, space, and time. So when you look at that dimension side of it, breadth is the emotion part, right? And then there is this depth, and then there is this time and space. When you look at Devi Parashakti, she is beyond the time, beyond space. Swamiji also lives in a space beyond space and beyond time. So when you try to, I'm trying to loosely understand what Swamiji has done, but finally it is unexplainable if you take the logic part of it. But if you take some part of the teachings of Swamiji and say this is how it works, it works. But ultimately, it is the experience all of us go through which makes us believe. So if somebody would have to say that Swamiji is going to sit there and you will be here on a video conference, he will bless you, and then you will become all right, I will not believe. But when I go through that experience, then I know for myself that this is true. That Swami is a Nija Avatara, he is an avatar, he is an incarnation. Only he himself can do. Otherwise, this is humanly impossible. Only an avatar can do this.
Absolutely, yeah, so beautifully put. And for all the viewers, I just wanted to share the reason why we have every day, so many people coming and sharing their experience. When you just listen to the person who has just experienced a miraculous healing from excruciating pain, that he was sitting and crying, unable to bear the pain, sitting and crying and praying to Swamiji, saying, Swamiji, please heal it. And in 2 minutes, the pain gets healed. Imagine the relief that the being would have had. Imagine the joy and the bliss that the being would have experienced. And when we hear that directly from the person who has experienced the feeling, then yes, this is possible for me also. And today, Devi Parashakti is coming again to bless each and every one of us. Let us all sit and prepare ourselves, knowing that whatever healing you may want, physical healing, mental healing, psychological healing, emotional healing, conscious healing, whatever healing you want, just sit and pray to Devi Parashakti. Devi, let your eyes fall on me. Let your compassion fall on me. Let you bless me. Let your grace be with me. Let your presence be with me. Just sit and deeply melt and connect with Devi Parashakti. She will bless each and every one of us. Every question that is posted across the various social media platforms directly falls under the divine compassionate eyes of Devi Parashakti. Every question falls under her divine compassionate eyes. And let your question, let our prayers be answered. And that is what we are here for, just to share with you what all Devi Parashakti does. And whatever Rajeshya experienced, the miraculous healing is possible for each and every one of us. And like Rajeshya said, our mind thinks in a very logical way, and you can only think in a certain trained way of thought current that is infused and imposed on us by the society. For example, okay, I have to go to the doctor, I have to take 3 months leave, I have to be in bed rest. This is all the society has trained us to think. But the cosmos, the universe, the prapancha has so many more possibilities available. In 1 minute you can be healed. But the society does not let us know such possibilities exist. The very advent of the avatar is to make us know anything is possible. Anything is possible. Whatever problems that you may be facing, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, financially, whatever problems, in 1 minute, just with the blessings of Devi Parashakti, they can be healed. So just open up yourself. Just sit with openness. And if you can, sit with a deep trust and devotion and love for Devi Parashakti. And if you are new, and if you have not been initiated, or if you're just watching this, just sit with openness. Okay, let me just be open. Let me be open to what Devi Parashakti can shower me with. And just sit with that openness. And you will experience it for yourself. There are so many things in the world which are beyond logic, beyond what we can even think or cognize or perceive. And these darshans, the Bhava Samadhi darshans and Devi Parashakti Akashic reading is to take us to a space where there are things in this cosmos beyond our logic, and it will become our personal experience as well. The divine miracles can happen in our lives. What we read in the Puranas and the Itihasas and the Upanishads is possible in our lives. That is what an avatar, the very manifestation and the very happening of an avatar, is to bring all of this to reality, is to bring the ultimate truths as tangible realities and experiences in our life. And that is possible to each and every one of us today. And Rajesh, thank you so much for sharing. Your sharing was so touching and melting and just made every one of us feel, oh God, what Swamiji can do to our lives. What Swamiji can do to each and every one of us. Thank you so much for coming and sharing and enriching the world with your experience again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity, Ma, and gratitude to Swamiji and Devi Parashakti for healing me completely. Thank you, Ma. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. And your viewers, while we are waiting for the Devi Parashakti to come, whatever prayers and boons that you want to share, take a moment. We'll be right back with you after a short break. Now just sit and connect with the Devi Parashakti and pen down what is it that you would like to ask today, and deeply connect with the Devi Parashakti. Just sit in that space of deep unclutching and prepare yourself to receive Devi Parashakti.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. And
that was like an amazing experience that Rajeshaya had shared with us. What was normally to take 2 years to heal, and that also not heal completely, just the pain might get subdued. Devi Parashakti through our beloved Swamiji just took less than 2 minutes to heal it. So this amazing experience, I'm sure each of you that are here would be having a bountiful of experiences, and you all can email to us at contact@kailasa.org your experiences, and you can connect with us so that even you might also get an opportunity to come and share it with the viewers on the Nithyananda
And
TV.
actually, just here, right now, seeing the comment section filled with gratitude messages, hearts, our comment section filled with so much of love from people. It is such a joy to sit here every day, where thousands of us sitting in so many different places just enjoy Devi Parashakti. And the best space, the best way to experience, the best way, what can you do to prepare for it? What can you do to receive Devi Parashakti is just tune yourself into that space of gratitude. So how do we prepare for Bhava Samadhi Darshan? What is the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan? Let us enter into preparing ourselves to receive Devi Parashakti, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
So blessed
Now
we are
first,
that every day, literally. So sorry, Ma. I was just saying that, we are so blessed. Literally every day, Devi Parashakti is landing back from Kailasa, manifesting through the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The divine beings landing from Kailasa, the divine beings who are real, landing from Kailasa, manifesting through the embodied form of and the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now enter into the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
This is a beautiful Shastra Pramana that we have from the Malini Vijayottara Tantra. Kathana Shakti Padhadva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguru Samyak prapyate paramam padam. By the enlightening teachings of the Guru Katana, by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of spiritual powers, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, and by the complete loving favor of the Guru Prasada, the ultimate goal and space, the Paramam Padam, is attained just through having the darshan of the Guru's feet. You will achieve the Parama Padam. And here we have actually all of these, Shakti Pada, and having the darshan of the Guru, the sacred feet, and the Kathana, the words, all the three happening directly from Devi Parashakti through our Guru. So this is a very, very, very powerful process that we are experiencing.
Now, Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, Darshan happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar.
Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar.
The brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. See, we don't do any action. Your eyes are just falling on Devi Parashakti, and whatever the neural activities are happening in the avatar's brain just literally gets mirrored into each and every one of us. That is why beyond any logic, beyond any explanation, you feel so joyful, so blissful. You just want, and you completely forget the sense of time and space, where you are, how long the darshan is going, because literally your brain is mirroring the activities happening all in the avatar's brain. You don't even know that those neurons are getting triggered and they are getting activated in your brain, just the way it is in avatar's brain. The science of
this science is, sorry, Ma.
Please go ahead.
This science is the science of quantum tunneling. Like how quantum tunneling is defined as how a low energy electron, when it has to move over an energy barrier. As a particle, it cannot move over it because it will need more energy. Whereas as a wave, it can just propagate through it. So the science is, and that science where how it propagates and goes through, that is called as the quantum tunneling. And this is the same science that we have during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. That is why you might be sitting anywhere in the world. You might be sitting in New York, you might be sitting in Australia, you might be sitting in China, you might be sitting in India, you might be sitting anywhere in the world. The energy of the avatar will reach wherever you are. That is why people materialize, people have Kundalini awakening, everything without any physical touch. The whole experience happens because this is the science behind Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The quantum tunneling is actually happening. And the mirroring of neurons, where what's happening in the avatar gets mirrored in your brain. And that is what happens during the darshan.
Now, what is the science behind the Bhava Samadhi Darshan? There's a beautiful incident described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the 4th chapter, where once when Krishna sees his own reflection, the sweetness reflected on the jeweled wall, he was amazed and he said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. And after due consideration, I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is to the constitution of Sri Radhika." Now, the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan is where the Nijavatara, the embodied form, manifests Paramashiva, the formless, the consciousness, through the being of Paramashiva, the light body called the Divya Sharira, and manifests as Nijavatara, the embodied physical form, for us to experience Paramashiva. Now, today, all of us are going to be having Devi Parashakti. The consciousness of Devi Parashakti, which is formless, expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari, and then manifest through the Nijavatara, the embodied form as Devi Meenakshi, embodying and sitting herself and the form as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism.
Now, many of us may have gone to temples. We have had the darshan of Devi Parashakti. We have had the darshan of Rajarajeshwari, Meenakshi. Now, what is the difference between you going to a temple and having the darshan of the deity versus coming and sitting and having the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Devi Parashakti? Now, as we explained just now, the three aspects: the consciousness, the being, and the manifestation. The Archavatara reflects the consciousness and the manifestation, the being of the superconscious energy. However, human beings, many a times, we are not mature enough to receive that higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. Though the avatar, the Archavatara, the deity is so powerful, we may not be able to receive it. However, the physical embodied form, the avatar, comes down again and again and again out of his deepest compassion and love for humanity to bridge the gap and create that experience of super consciousness in all of us. So in the Nijavatara, during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the Nijavatara, the physical embodied form of the avatar, manifests the consciousness of that divine energy, manifests the very being, and manifests in the physical embodied form. So like how we relate with human beings very easily, when it happens through a physical embodied form, when Devi Parashakti is talking and you can see her eyes moving and you can see her lips smiling and you can see the very physical expression of Devi Parashakti, immediately you connect and you're able to have that experience much more easily than when we go to a temple and have the darshan of the deity.
Absolutely, actually, that is why whenever the Nijavatara manifests any dimension or any being, that dimension of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and powerfulness of those dimensions of the deities, like now like Venkateshwara means the auspiciousness, like Devi Parashakti means her Shaktis, her powerfulness, her divinity, her compassion, all those dimensions starts manifesting in us. And that is what is science itself.
Absolutely. And so many times, when the red curtain opens, we're all like, okay, how is Devi Parashakti going to appear today? And, what kind of jewelry is Devi Parashakti going to wear? And how Devi Parashakti is going to give darshan? We are all waiting. There is the deep eagerness and that deep joy to see how the divine cosmic mother is going to give darshan for us today. So the Bhava Samadhi darshan is a direct experience of that costless auspiciousness. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence.
Our muscles learn and radiate to imbibe Paramashiva on its own, like we will not put any effort on its own, just through the darshan. Our muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. This Bhava Samadhi darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand.
Even without much support from our side, our very bio-memory awakens to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, during the Bhava Samadhi darshan.
To have a glimpse of the darshan of an avatar cleanses the karmas of lifetimes and creates a deep and a lasting transformation in us. Now, the best space to receive the darshan is gratitude, because gratitude enables the reflection of consciousness on all levels, physical, psychological, even ultimately your conscious level. That is why when you do the darshan meditation as a preparation, it helps us to tune into that space of gratitude. In that time, any conscious resolution, the Satya Sankalpa, desires, wants, needs, it will all just drop. You will simply be ready to purely reflect that consciousness, that Paramashiva in you. That is why just sit when you receive the darshan. Sit with this context. Just go down. Tell Parashakti, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything and you are in embodied form as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you are in this body also. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of. Now just sit in the same space. Get ready to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti. You all can take a minute or two to set up your Panchopachara Puja kit. Just sandalwood paste, sandalwood powder, flowers, incense, lamp, offering of Naivedyam. Yes, let us all now enter into the Paramashivoham mantra as all of us prepare to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti. The Paramashivoham mantra is blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as an initiation, Diksha, that transmits energy, experience and powers in the form of sacred mantras. Just like how an avatar transmits Shaktis just by a look, Nayana, or a touch, Sparsha. Similarly, the avatar births himself as a mantra which encompasses all his Shaktis, energies, and transmits those Shaktis to the devotee. Anyone to whom this mantra is chanted from the space of oneness and deep blissful awareness, that person is bestowed with health, well-being, wealth, abundance and prosperity, love and fulfilling relationships, enormous growth and success in business, job and finances, a complete and a fulfilled life manifests without any types of doshas, sins, evil eyes or obstacles, leading to a long, healthy and a blissful life. With the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's Department of Human Services and Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship is offering the Paramashivoham mantra prayer service on behalf of each and every one of you. Today, we are going to be offering the Paramashivoham mantra prayer service and request the blessing of Devi Parashakti manifesting in her Nija Avatara in the embodied physical form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, on behalf of each and every one of you for the following benefits. We are going to be offering the prayer for all of you to have healing of all your health issues, for you to experience healing of physiological, psychological stress and anxiety, healing of addictions, moving out of depression, moving out of pain patterns, for you to have improved career, for you to heal your relationships with spouse, family, and profession, for you to have breakthrough in wealth dimension, for you to be protected of all diseases and negativities, for the protection of children orphaned during the pandemic, protection from natural calamities, for the protection from lost wages and income, for you to have solution to any problem, for you to have breakthrough in creativity, increased inspiration, moving out of debts, experiencing increased energy and vitality.
And we are offering our prayers so that you can get blessed and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti for healing from any insecurities. We are offering our prayers for you to receive protection from any direct or indirect effects of the pandemic. We are offering our prayers for the leadership consciousness to be awakened in each and every one of us. We are offering our prayers for you to get healing from any genetic or inherited disorder. We are offering our prayers for you to experience completion in your muscle memory and biomemory. We are offering our prayers so that you experience completion with your biological mother, so that you can experience the feeling connection with the divine cosmic mother. We are offering our prayers to awaken the divine feminine consciousness in you. And we are offering our prayers for the grace, blessings, and protection of the Supreme Font of Hinduism to be always with you.
Let us now enter into the Paramashivoham mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
I surrender to the Sadguru, who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called the Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now, we'll now be entering into the conscious resolution of Sankalpa. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham.
I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya.
Who is the God of all gods? Who is the greatest of gods? The Lord of the universes and multiverses. Who is the Lord of the cosmos?
Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya.
The one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation.
Adimadhyantarahitasya Aprameya Parakramasya Tattvartha Gocharasya.
The one who is the beginning, middle, and end. The one who is immeasurable.
Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudhasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahatantrakya Shaiva Gamaswarupasya Sakala Nigama Gamaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nithyananda Padastasya Nithyananda Swarupasya Shuddha Satchidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Khandadisheshanasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivavatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Sarupasya Bhagavatah Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya cha Prityartham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Ditiya Parade Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavinshaditame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambo Dvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasara Yuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Guna Viseshena Visishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau.
during this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharata Varsha, in the subcontinent called Bharata Kanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shakayara, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice, of which Prabhupada is the first year, in the auspicious Ayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, the face of the moon, on this auspicious Tithi, which is the number of the days from the new moon or the full moon, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, the Vedic star, during such an auspicious moment, during the auspicious Yoga and Karana.
आदि कैलासे कल्पवृक्षस्य दः नित्यानन्दनगरे स्मृतस्मृतानां मुक्तिदायके महाक्षेत्रे.
Now, we request all the participants, whether you're offering for yourself or others, please chant the male names now. Namadheyasya. We now request all the female participants, whether you're offering for yourself or for others, but if you're offering for any female participant, please chant the names now. Namyaha cha
यजमानानां आवयोः सहकुटुम्बानां बन्धुवर्गाणां मित्रवर्गाणां आदिवर्गाणां सोदरवर्गाणां समेषाम्.
For all those who are participants who send me with their families, relatives, inheritors, brothers, and everyone.
सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वमंगलवाप्त्यर्थं उत्तरोत्तरनवच्छिन्न स्थिरलक्ष्मी प्राप्त्यर्थं.
Always let there be good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth.
कुटुम्बे सर्वेषां सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थं चिन्तितमनोरथवाप्त्यर्थम्. समेषाम् आधिर्व्याधिनिवृत्त्यर्थं समेषां शिरादिपादपर्यन्तं विद्यमानानां समेषु अङ्गेषु जनितजनिष्यमान सकलविध नानाविधरोगाणां व्यपोहार्थं तद्वारा रोगदृढगात्रवपुः सिद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let all chronic diseases be healed. Let all kind of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong, diseaseless and healthy and handsome body be obtained. Samesham
paraikaratribhishch कृतकरिष्यमान सकलविध मंत्र तंत्र यंत्र विषचूर्ण आभिचार स्तंभन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मांत्रिक प्रयोगेभ्यः रक्षण प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा
Samesham sarvabhishta siddhyartham. Let protection be obtained from all the evil effects of the acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, and upsetting and ruining the health, hypnotizing, etc.
अपमृत्यु दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं काल मृत्यु अकाल मृत्यु दुर्मृत्यु निवृत्त्यर्थं.
Let all the doshas related to death like death, sign death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. Samesham Antardrishti Bahidrishti Krura Drishti Vyapara Drishti Anukula Drishti Pratikula Drishti Ityadi Sakalavida Drishta Dosha Nivrityartam. Let all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are well-wishers, and the effects of evil eyes of people who are against our well-being be removed. Samesham Antar Shatru Bahi Shatru Krura Shatru Vyapara Shatru Anukula Shatru Pratikula Shatru Ityadi Sakalavida Shatru Bhada Nivrityartam. Let all the effects of inner enemies, outer enemies, fierce enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good and enemies who work against our well-being be removed. Samesha Matrushapadi Sakalavida Shapanam Vyapohanartam. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. Anadi Avidya Vasanaya Pravartamane Asmin Mahati Samsara Chakre Vichitra Bihi Karmagati Bihi Vichitrasu Yonishu Punah Punaha Nekadha Janitva. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange. Kenapi punya karma visheshena bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Parimitaya Kripaya Idanintana Manushya Janma Praptavatam.
Yet, due to some good action, with the extreme and the immeasurable compassion and the grace of Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body.
Samesham Janmani Purva Janmani Janma Janmantareshu Sarvaihi Kritanam Shiva Ninda Devi Ninda Guru Ninda Dosha Vyapohartam Shiva Paradha Devya Paradha Gurva Paradha Dosha Vyapohartam.
Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth or in any of the births be removed. Any kind of crimes and offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed.
Brahma Hatya Surapana Swarnasteya Guru Talpagamana Tatsansargakya Panchamahapatakadi Samasta Papa Vyatiriktartham.
Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahman, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or the other above mentioned crimes be removed.
Apicha sarvai bale vayasi kaumare yauvane vardhakye cha.
Let all the karmic effects of the action done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old age person.
Jagrat swapna sushupti avasthasu.
Let all the karmic effects done in the wakeful dream or deep sleep state.
Karmendriya jnanendriya vyaparaihi sambhavitanam.
Let all the sins done through the karmendriyas, that is the 5 organs which perform action like speech, hands, feet, excretion, reproductive organs, and the jnanendriyas, that is the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin.
Atipataka rahasya kritanam prakasha kritanam atipatakanam upapatakanam Sankalikarananam Malini-karananam Apatri-karananam Jati-bhramshakanam Prakinitanam Evam Navanam Navavidanam Bahunam Bahuvidhanam Sarvesham Papanam Sadhyaha.
Let the sins which were done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins, the minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping a woman, unjustifiable sin, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sins, such 9 sins and 9 types of sins, and more sins and more types of sins be removed.
Apanodana dvara samasta mangala praptyartam Shiva bhakti devi bhakti guru bhakti siddhyartam Paramashivatva Paramashiva-sthiti Paramashiva-shakti siddhyartam.
Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all the auspiciousness, and let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, and Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva be obtained.
Kutumbe sarvada sanmangala praptyartam Anyonya prema abhivrityartam Purnatva siddhyartam Sarva panivrityartam.
Let the whole family always be showered with all the auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed.
Kshiprarogya-vaptyartham ayurdhivridyartham.
Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed.
व्यापारे उद्योगे च सर्वजनवशीकरणार्थं तद्वारा उन्नतोन्नतस्थानप्राप्त्यर्थम्.
Let your charisma impress everyone in the business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position.
बहुधनसौख्यप्राप्त्यर्थं गृह कनक पशुपुत्र पौत्र धनधान्य सौख्यप्राप्त्यर्थम्.
Let extremely wealthy and happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of household, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all the comforts related to worldly life.
आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां दोषपीडानिवारणार्थम् आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणाम् आनुकूल्यता सिद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let all the malefic effects of the 9 planets be removed, and let the auspiciousness be bestowed by the grace of all the 9 planets.
भूम्यन्तरिक्षे विद्यमान भूत प्रेत पिशाच राक्षस ब्रह्म राक्षस वेताल कुष्मांड डाकिनी शाकिनी इत्यादि सर्वारिष्ट निवारणार्थम्.
Let all the effects that cause calamities on the planet Earth and the evil effects from the various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, dead people, Pishacha, demon, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetala, ghost, Kushmanda, the class of demons, Dakini, the little devil, Shakini, the kind of female demon be removed.
मनोव्याकुलता निवारणार्थम्.
Let all the mental confusion and worry be removed.
प्रारब्धे कर्मणि करिष्यमाणे कर्मणि आदिदैविक आदिभौतिक आध्यात्मिक विघ्न निवारणार्थम्.
Let all the obstacles be removed with regard to action done or going to be done related to God, world, and spirituality.
समस्त ऋण निवारणार्थं धनलक्ष्मी धान्यलक्ष्मी संतानलक्ष्मी सौभाग्यलक्ष्मी विद्यालक्ष्मी शौर्यलक्ष्मी वीरलक्ष्मी विजयलक्ष्मी इत्यादि अष्टलक्ष्मी परिपूर्ण कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let all the wounds be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhanalakshmi, wealth, Dhanya-lakshmi, food and grain, Santan-lakshmi, offerings, Saubhagya-lakshmi, fortune, Vidya-lakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya-lakshmi, bravery, Veera-lakshmi, heroism, Vijaya-lakshmi, success be showered.
परीक्षासु उन्नतस्थाने विजयप्राप्त्यर्थं सर्वविद्यापारंगता सिद्ध्यर्थं मेधाशक्ति ग्रहणशक्ति अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let the top rank be obtained in all the examinations. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let the memory power, understanding ability be increased.
इत्यादि सकलविध सन्मंगलानि गुरुकृपा कटाक्षेन प्राप्त्यर्थम्.
By the grace of Guru, let all the above auspiciousness be showered upon.
श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़.
The one who has ascended the Madurai Adinam Shyamala Peetam, the Peetam established by Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation of Shyamala Devi, which is the supreme place of Kailasa, where Paramashivoham resides and rules the whole cosmos and Kailasa.
श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वर भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार.
The one who is no different from Meenakshi Sundareshwara, the most perfect son of Paramashivoham.
गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विशुद्ध सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड़ वेद प्रवर्तृ.
The young boy who is the gem among the Gurus and the unequaled avatar, the one who received the enlightenment by drinking the breast milk of Devi Parvati, the author of the famous Dravida Vedam, which is the essence of all the Vedas and Agamas.
सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलप केसरी.
The shower of Videha Mukti and the immutable state of enlightenment immediately by Nirvana Diksha to all people. The one who creates his protecting leader, the roaring lion, and the comforting young elephant for other religions.
शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु.
The Acharya who established the Saiva Siddhanta. The Raja Guru of the Pandya, who is the Supreme King of all kings, the Guru who is also the Pandya King, the Supreme King of all kings, the enlightening sun that removes the utter darkness of delusion, the one who installed the Rishabha, the flag, the creator and the reviver of Shaivism. Sarvajñapeta Ruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swaminam Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swaminam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarudhrata Kshamala Pita Sarvajñapeta Trinavatyuttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhanam. The one who is the ruler of the Sarvajña Pita, the seat of omniscience, oh, the avatar of such above mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami, Appar Sundara and Manikya Vachakar Swami, oh, the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, Shamala Pita, Mahasamsthana, which was revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, oh, the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience.
Arunagiri Yogishara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajña Pita Guru Mahasannidhana.
The one who has ascended the seat of Arunachala Sarvajña Pita in the lineage of Arunagiri Yogishwara.
Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajña Pita Trayashrim Chaduttara Dishatama Guru Mahasannidhana.
The one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajña Pita as the 233rd pontiff in the lineage of Kailasa.
Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rachita Kailasa Paramparagata Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre.
The creator of the Nithyananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita, which is eternally celebrating, auspicious, festive, and having the attracting energy of enriching.
Sakshachi Paramashivoham Udbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasvatamanishwa Gwali Chandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadi Anavachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chatushashi Yogini Mandita Chatushashi Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Surya Vamsha Prapta Sarvajña Pita Suragi Samrajya Bhutabhishikta Chudamani Sakshat Shri Paramashivoham Udbhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punaruddhrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtotara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara.
The 1008 Sri Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Pita, established by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself and revived by sage Kapila.
Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Simhasana Abhishekta Samasa Gananayaka Shri Mahaganapati Samarambha Navachinna Pitadhishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atala Pita Ashtotara Sahasratama Ashtotara Sahasra Shri Atala Pitadhishwara.
The 1008 Sri Atala Pitadhishwar of Atala Pita.
Dharma Mukti Swarga Puraswarna Pita Trayo Vimsha Guru Mahasannidhana.
The 1008 Matala Pitadhishwara of Atala Pita, which has an unbroken lineage of pontiffs starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati, who is the leader of the Kanas and who was coronated by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself. The 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Swarga Puraswarna Pita.
Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvajña Pita Jagat Guru.
The Jagat Guru of Adipita Sarvajña Pita in the lineage of Kailasa.
Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Srimad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Varya Satchidananda Pranava Swarupa Shrodriya Brahmanishta Srimad Jagat Guru Srila Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham Tesham Padaravind.
Who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharya of all sannyasis and parivrajakas, the embodiment of the pure truth, consciousness and bliss, the embodiment of the sacred syllable Om, the knower of the Vedas, the one established in superconsciousness.
तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजयायुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं मम समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं च श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवस्य श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवतः श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवस्य च ध्यान षोडशोपचार सर्वोपचार अर्चनाराधन पूजां प्रार्थनां करिष्ये। ओम आनन्दगन्धनिलयाय नमः। ओम भवरोगभेषजाय नमः। ओम कल्पतरवे नमः। ओम
पशुपतये नमः। ओम पाशविमोचकाय नमः। ओम ईप्सितफलदायकाय नमः।
ओम भाग्यवृत्ति परिवर्तकाय नमः। ओम आदि व्याधि विनाशकाय नमः। ओम समस्त कल्याण गुणान्विताय नमः। ओम विरधिपुरीशाय नमः। ओम श्री कैलासपतये नमः। ओम शिवशक्त्यैक्य स्वरूपाय नमः। ओम श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिने नमः। ओम नित्यानंदम।
Now we have an announcement for all those who are watching us. Today, due to intense samadhi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we will not be having the live Parashakti Akashic reading happening. The next live timings will be announced soon for you. And now we are going to directly enter into the power manifestation session after a short break.
Stay tuned. And now let us all get ready to imbibe, to enjoy the Kailash Courtyard session, to manifest the extraordinary powers with the feeling connection with Parashakti, manifesting through the Nija Avatara. With this, let us all offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us all get ready to receive the power manifestation. We'll now be concluding with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nityananda Paramashiv Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहं। ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहं। नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहं। ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहं।
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.